affection. Don't let your pride go. One day I know you'll grow into a fine hero. Affection, affection, affection. One day I know you'll grow into a fine hero.
Oh, withered flowers, remember what you wept for day after day. Bloom into the beauty you once were. In your stream of tears, you'll still rock with pain. Gotta hold your head high, bring meaning to your own life, changing day after day. Gotta hold your head high, bring meaning to your own life, changing day after day.
Affection, affection, don't let your pride go. One day I know you'll grow into a fine hero. Affection, affection, affection. One day I know you'll grow into a fine hero.
So full of spirit, you're glowing. You're our savior, the one we've always wanted. So full of spirit and valiant, taking all the blame, bearing all of our shame. The nights are restless, but our love is endless. As long as there's hope, the flowers blossom. The sun is glowing, so we keep the love flowing. As long as there's hope, the flowers bloom.
Affection, affection, in all your glory. One day I know the world will hear of your story. Affection, affection, affection. One day I know What's up, everybody? Are y'all ready for crimes? Are y'all ready to commit some illegal actions? Because I am. Mostly because, you know, as you know, to anybody who decides to come by the chat, who's a regular here as well, they all definitely know that it's an arson chat. We love a little fire, we love a little crazy behind it, and you know, sometimes we like it to just throw a really, really good Molotov whenever it's needed. But hey guys, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. It may look a little bit different, although not as different as your end as it is on my end, but it's definitely more so different on my end. But yeah, little things have been added here and there, you might notice, but I'm pretty much transitioning over from a whole new streaming program to something different. Took a while to set up, let me tell you, but the transition at least came very, very smoothly. Welcome one, welcome to M, to CD, to Nev, and to Chris as well. I mean, okay, Persona 5 may be more so the committing crimes kind of thing, but I think that Naruhodo can commit a little crime if he wanted to. Just so that, you know, he can get the actual truth out in the open. Something like that. But, in any case, welcome again, everybody. Your audio is a touch low or the music is a touch high. Gotcha. Well, let me just bring out that music because my voice is the most important thing that you should be listening to right now, nothing else. I'm just kidding. But if it is a little bit too low, let's see here. Because like I said, I haven't properly tested out the microphone live on stream because, well, for the most part, I really can't go live on stream just to test things out. I could, but I don't know. I just find it awkward a little bit. But if I do sound a little bit low, do let me know, guys. I have it at what usually was the setting I had on the old program, but again, let me know if it is still a little low. I do want to keep it a little bit on the low end, though, as well, since I tend to give very, very loud reactions to a lot of things. And speaking of audio, let me see also if... Let me check my Elgato sound as well. Because I don't want that to overpower anything else. That needs to go down. Probably to here. Look at this, everybody! Yeah, I thought so. I thought that the Twitch was going to be really, really loud. I can probably turn it down a lot more. Let's see. Let's turn it down to here. Okay, alright. Let's get into the game. I'm going to update that later. But once we do get into the game, I'm going to need to count on you guys for the audio gauging. I turned it down significantly. But again, just let me know if it's a little bit too loud on your end. I'm so excited, guys, to finally finish up this last case, and then we can start the last one! Alright, let's see. Let's turn it down just a hint more. Just, like, right there. Okay. Alright. Before I continue, how's everything sound now, guys? I fixed my microphone. I fixed the Elgato audio as well. So just give me a thumbs up if we're good to go. A touch quieter. A touch quieter on the microphone end or the game's end? Let's see. Switch, okay. Let's go... Okay. I'll go a little bit lower. Okay. That! How about there? I put it down a few more decibels. If it's still a little bit too loud, or if it's still a little bit too quiet, again, just give me a go. Just give me a good thumbs up. If we're all good? If we're all good across the board? Let's get started then. I need to make sure I actually did pause that. Okay, so I did pause that. Good, good, good. Alright. So one thing that I have been adding, if you haven't seen in the Discord that I posted today, I'm trying to get little Brom Tom over there a voice of his own. So I'm actually experimenting tonight, if you're curious about it, with an extension that you can get on Twitch where you could do a text-to-speech voice. If you donate 100 bits, you get 100 characters worth of whatever you want to say, and a little window will pop up over near Bromton's end, and he will say it. It's a work in progress. I'm trying to see if there's something else out there that I can do where you can redeem channel points for it. I haven't done that research just yet, but I did want to test at least this out tonight. You guys don't have to do it, but if you're curious, if you want to, it's down below. Like in the, where you find where my rules are and where my about is, there's a little section and it's called Say It Live. Which TTS voice I gave him? Well, why don't you find out? All I will say is, the voice I gave them, its name is Justin. That's all you're gonna get off of that. It's the closest to what I think a headcanon voice for this little Fakemon would sound like. Alright. Oh no, absolutely not. I went through all the sound clips that Twitch had available, and as soon as I heard Brian's, I was also just like, no. No. Not at all. Do not. Some of the deeper voices, though, on here, some of those deeper options were really, really funny. Imagine hearing a deep man's voice, like a 30-year-old or a 40-year-old man's voice coming out of that little Fakemon over there. Alright, so, like I said, everybody, last time we left off, we have Mrs. Beat at the stand to confess whether or not she threw the knife out the window and, inevitably, harmed an innocent civilian walking by. Alright. Good old Van Zykes, Mr. Dracula man himself, what do you have to say? Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is Joan Garrideb, and I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like. Oh my god, you mean the rabbit from Ghost Stories? His little laugh. His reprimands. Touch me. His funny little requests. Touch me harder. I know exactly what you're doing, Neb. The beauty of the Ghost Stories dub. One of these days, I actually really do want to sit down and see if I can make it through that entire dub. Because all I know is just the most popular clips from it. Drop the Krispy Kreme, Sergio! We got a case in our hands! My mom and my dad and It's so funny. It's so funny. Or the one where it's like, how comes all teachers look like lesbians? Mom? It's so bad that it's so good. Honest to God, you can consider the Ghost Stories dub as the first unofficial abridged series, just because the actors had all kinds of freedom to say whatever the hell that they wanted. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or whatever. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madame? You remember reading something about how the cast of the dub had— oh, yeah. Well, it's just because like they gained this, and since the company just didn't want to like do anything with it anymore, they were the director was just like, okay, since this is gonna be snuffed off in the end, hey actors, do whatever the hell you want. Doesn't matter anymore. I mean, you could call it an official abridged series. Just don't stick the abridged series on the end, since it is an official dub. Although, I have to wonder, did anybody even try making an abridged series out of the dub? Would you, or even could you make an abridged series out of the dub? I think the dub is just good as it is, in its own bad way. Oh, yes, my lord! You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. Or else, I will take my interestingly curved hand to your throat. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh, dearie me! My tea kettle is rattling. Wait, is that his husband? Is that her husband? Chin up, Joni! Nothing to worry about now. Oh my god! When did you get here? Oh! I didn't know you were here, John! A nice shiny little medal there, too. You know what? It would be just a straight take. No jokes involved in it. No poking or prodding about anything. It'd just probably be a straight up actual series. I can honestly see that happening. Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? Look at her, she's so happy to see him, though. But what about your knee, dear? Oh, don't you worry about that. Hardly noticed it. Pretty sure it originally was Japanese, but from what I heard, the Japanese dub of it is really mediocre. It's not something that a lot of people know of over there. It's just kind of like your regular old 90s anime. Not too good, not too bad. Just kind of average. And then of course they bring it over here and it's just lots and lots of people know about the Ghost Stories dub. I'm not some sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. God, it is so weird looking at his face straight on. It really is. It's like whenever you look at Phineas from Phineas and Ferb straight on and how uncomfortable it makes you. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Garrideb? Let me put my pipe on the tea kettle, yes. Yes, sir, former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. Oh, a Japanese dub of the English dub. I never knew that. I'm interested to see how that would go. And I'm interested to see if it's still online somewhere. The quiet life? Will you not engage in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? You call that quiet life? Well, yes, quite. I'll call it the quiet life as well. Run, she's a ghost and a bitch. The cat is my favorite character out of that whole entire series. I love that asshole cat. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court.
Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once!
You know what? I'm really happy that the husband came around for her. Don't leave your wife in the dust like that, Mr. Garadeb. I like this. I like this. Oh, hey, Neb, I shake your hand with the Thackeray Binks. That guy, especially when I was little and when I first saw that movie, oh, such a gentleman.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. But
wait a second, I already see a controversy in there. He can't recall the reason? You know exactly what happened.
Well, I know what to go after when I'm done with this. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could throw at him that was in arm's reach.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. And I'm serious about this with my pouty lip. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive maneuvers.
The enemy called your wife. Yes, Garadeb, you're calling your wife that.
To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran of, such as myself, my prowess and, my regiment as well, is only too aware that on my battlefield, that its gnats whisk up from a death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Or something like that? You know what's also a really other great black cat in media? The cat from Kiki's Delivery Service. Now, I haven't seen the movie, but I know, and I've seen clips and lots of gifs of that cat. And by God, if I could have that black cat, I would. Actually, I'm curious. Oh, nope. There's actually a stray black cat that roams around the area here. And honestly, I really have been thinking about trying to catch it. I think it is a stray because there's no collar on the cat. It probably is a feral cat at that. But if at least I can catch it and get it somewhere safe, that'd be really good. Really nice. And I'd probably call him Binks as well, to be honest. Morgana doesn't count in this sense, okay? Morgana does not count. He's cute, but my God, if I saw Morgana in real life, I would toss him out the front window. No questions asked, and I would not feel guilty in my conscience at all whatsoever.
I must say, I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end.
No, I'm not saying I would ditch a persona. I'd say I'd ditch the mascot.
Take that out the window. Take my own persona with me. I'll wake up to my own persona. Morgana's gonna come in and be like, oh, here, let me give you tips and tricks. And I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna boot you out and figure this shit out on my own. Because that's the way I roll.
Van Zykes may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Very well, Counsel, begin your cross-examination. The final cross-examination with the battle of Garadeb. I have 3 chances left, mind you. Okay, I need to see something here. I'm not going to present anything as such just yet. This all had to deal with the last couple. The local map won't do much. Case file. Okay, this is just the case file. Jackknife. Crime scene photo. Alright, we already know, yeah. We know that this is burned. Can't be opened. Alright. Let's just start pressing, guys.
Hold it!
Hold it! The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe.
Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadeb.
A rather passionate note, in fact. See, I thought the love letter also got added to the court record, but I think either Sholmes took it, or we actually didn't take it at all. But Mrs. Garadeb found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. Sholmes may have taken it, because I know we did our whole dance introduction with him in there, so he actually may have taken it with him. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. We took it in spirit. It is now a spirit residing in with the katana that is by my side at every waking moment, including when I go to sleep at night, because I tuck it in bed and I cuddle up with it a lot of times as well. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. Yes, well, she's my hell on earth, and I love her for it. I say! When a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark anyway. Isn't that right there, dearie? A likely story. These waters run very deep. Speaking of cuddling up, though, last night when I was trying to go to bed, I was on my bed, scrolling through my phone, with my Ryuji pillow, and what does the cat decide to do? At 2:30 in the morning, she walks up my entire body, she plops herself down right here on my shoulder, and she sits there between me, my shoulder, and the Ryuji pillow, with her paws, both her front paws, pushed up against my face. And she is purring like a motor as well. So I said, well, I can't go to sleep until this cat gets off of me. Which wasn't a bad thing. It's nice cuddling up and hugging her, especially when she gets like that. She just loves cuddling me a lot for some reason. Like, even today, I was sitting at my desk here, like, trying to do things, and she just kept wanting to hop onto my lap and cuddle me at least, like, 3 or 4 times today. You can bet that my roommate's very jealous. You know, the one who actually owns her, doesn't get a lot of cuddle time with her. She goes over and cuddles him, but she still more prefers me a lot. Which, I mean, I'm not complaining or anything like that. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? Well, as you can imagine, I was covered.
Hold it!
As you can imagine, I had red marks all over my face. And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there was some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that back to put it out. Ew, bathwater. Oh, wait, no, actually, the bathwater does make sense. This is old-time England, so it does make sense. They don't have working showers. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. I have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see.
The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
I mean, have you actually seen the state of the man? Or for that matter, even went down into his study to see what it looks like? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough. You were picking up whatever you could find to throw at him.
Hold it!
Hold it a sec there, lady. Did you know the room was on fire?
As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw something, she must throw.
Honestly, it's kind of a mood. When I go roughhousing with the 2 boys I live with, how do I want to extinguish my anger? You know, I'm just gonna throw a little 1-2 sometimes.
That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
How'd she know I was thinking? It's because it's totally like that. What are you talking about, Susato? So please cast your mind back and try to remember through the red anger that you were seeing that day. Because it must have been very, very red. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? You know, potentially you could have hurt him, or you also could have stabbed him, or something like that, Miss Joan?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge, a napkin.
Napkin? What do you
Excuse
mean
me.
by napkin? Do you have something to add there, sir? Are you disagreeing with the fact that she actually threw a whole garlic at you? Thinking that you may have been stinky smelly as well? Me stinky smelly? It's a serious question, sir, Mr. Garadeb. Are you stinky and or smelly? None of the above? Sorry. Beg your pardon? Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? I mean, he threw the bathwater out, guys. So if he threw the bathwater out, did he even take a shower or a bath that night? I say Mr. Garadeb is stinky and smelly. Nothing of any significance, no! Just the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction. Boy, you don't want to call your wife old thing, just saying. It was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch! And the wall gay! You... I couldn't even get through the words there because I could not believe she just decided to pour tea in his pipe. Alright. So that's how you feel there, Joan. Good grief, woman! We're not at home now! This is a court of law! Have some decency among these people! Oh, dearie me! Ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing with the teapot in here? Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such a thing at you, obviously. I mean, why would I want to kill you or anything? It's not like you might have some money and wealth from being in the army, but nothing of that sort. Something smoking tea leaves. It's called tea infusion. You know, instead of directly boiling the tea in hot water and then drinking it, you just kind of put it in your pipe, set it on fire, and get it in the old natural way. That makes sense. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, Your pipe, sir? Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her shot projectiles, she did. Yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage, dearie. I see. Your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now. Oh, so it's just not decorative like that. That's an actual bandage on there, huh? You are one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? What, are you saying you wanna drink the tea up from the pipe like a straw? Stick a straw right in the pipe and just... Ah, yes. Tea infusion extract, my favorite way of inhaling leaves. Delicious indeed. I wonder what we should make of this account. I think it could be important. Okay, you know what? I think a straw actually could fit through the neck of the pipe. It'd be a little bit awkward, and you might need to finagle it a little bit down, especially where it's very, very thin at the beginning. But I think you might be able to stick a straw in a pipe. Don't test it out if you don't want to. But test it out if you're curious. If anybody has a pipe. The defense believes Mr. Garadev's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
Well, I don't think it is. This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worth of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed. Common sense, one might say.
Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady. This is not the time to be spouting nonsense here, dearie. Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. Apparently it fell to the floor during a domestic dispute.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
No, it's fine. I mean, more power to you, girl. Punch it in Van Dyke's face, the sexist that he is. Thanks to Suzato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Meredab. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Alright. Let's check out that pipe. Let's check that pipe. Alright. So this is the bandaged and broken area. It looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me. Like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garadeb's dressing gown.
I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garadeb, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this.
Yeah, either that or he can't afford to replace it. Plays the FNAF daycare theme song when the wife and husband are screened? What do you mean by that? Wait, what? Hold up, I want to see this crack here first. There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look! It appears to have been made relatively recently.
And see how there are little scrapes and dents all over? It's clearly a very well-loved pipe.
Yeah, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand-in-hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye, though. Because it's clearly new. I have not heard the daycare theme. Not in full, at least. I mean, I watched Markiplier play through FNAF Security Breach, and that was it, that I watched anything of FNAF. Oh, wait a second, no, you're right! The dude and the wife here do have a Sun and Moon thing going on. You're right. No, I get that, I can get that. I mean, considering the fact that the dude's head looks like a crescent moon. And the Mrs. Garadeb has a sun brooch on her finger. I really like that, I really do like the aesthetic of these two here, though. Sun and moon, and the wife is the one who's the aggressive one, considering she's representing the sun. I really like it. I think it's cute. Oh, so they just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there.
Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think.
Well, let's turn it over and give it a shake. Ha, 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 ha. Oh, wait, sorry. I'll do it with the kazoo. Before I see a bunch of spittle come out. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal.
It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. The fragment of metal. Hold up. Oh! Is it actually missing the top? I just thought it was crafted like that. Oh ho ho! This is the tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade?
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo?
I don't know, really know. There's just something niggling at me. I like that word, niggling. But I can't quite put my finger on what it is.
Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces of evidence again.
So I can go re-examine the knife? No, yeah, honest to God, I thought the knife was just like that. I didn't know it was missing a tip. Really? Oh, I know. Oh, I know. Don't you worry, Em. Don't you worry.
Oh, look, Mr. Naruhodo! Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
Wait. Part of it's missing? I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. You remember this?
Ah! That's the tiny fragment of metal that we found inside of Mr. Garydeb's pipe.
Yes. And just maybe.
Oh my! It's a perfect fit!
Even though it doesn't even show up on the screen just yet. Somehow I just knew it! Well, we got that. Okay, do I want to continue now? The only thing the victim's back really was one of ours. You'll have a job proving it. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job to proving it, I think. Honestly, I think I know what I need to press here. You think you thought it would have gotten broken off and stuck in the woman's back, but the tip was found in your pipe. That must be... Okay, but if the tip broke off, that must be a very crappy knife. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna press... I'm gonna press this one just in case, but I think it's this one that I'm going to present the evidence for. So you have no intention of admitting it was your knife, unless we can produce proof? Sir! Even though there is no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsume is innocent?
Objection!
Objection! You'll forget, my Nipponese friend, that it has yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack. As if I could forget with you reminding me every 10 seconds. If only there was some way to know who had handled the knife. But I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream. Magic doesn't exist in this time.
Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo.
What? You mean it's not a dream? That sort of wizardry really exists?
He calls it wizardry. Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin. Or so they say.
But I can't see anything! I don't have special eyes there, Susato, like you do, apparently. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice. Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation.
But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion. That this knife found at the victim's back was originally in Mr. and Mrs. Garydeb's house.
If only I could transplant this whole incident to several years in the future. Ha, 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 don't. Naruhodo, don't. Let your descendant take care of that, excuse me. Well, that's the extent of the testimony. Their testimony, is it?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I think we've heard all this before, to be honest. I can't say I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything new from this testimony.
But in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident.
Yeah, I know, but
I'm sure both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury.
If we could even find a tiny shred of evidence to support that theory, it would clinch this trial for us. It would explain everything. Oh yeah, if only we could find just exactly what it was. Right? So for Saseki-san's sake, we must. We must find that last crucial piece of evidence. And I got your evidence right here, my man. My home slice. I'm gonna save just in case, so I can save my ass. I mean, I pretty much know what I need to present. Alright, boy, if you say you want me to prove to you that it was yours, I want you to, take a look at this.
Objection!
That I just found. Ha! Mr. Garrett, could I ask you to take a look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bully thing. You can't? Used to call me Dead-Eye Dead back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. What a motion of your hand, sir. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. And an L from an I, as well. Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing being asked about every other letter and every other word. You must be very dusty. The heck was that about Naruhodo? What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yeah, almost certainly from the tip of a blade, as you can see by its pointed ridge there, Van Sykes. Ha! And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? Well, it was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe. He ain't smoking tea leaves, guys. He's smoking straight up metal. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how it got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? By slapping my cheeks, I think it says so that yes, I am. He needs his iron intake. I mean, he is an old man. Way to get your iron? Just smoke it straight. Just smoke it straight. They say vaping can put metal in your lungs, but they never suspected that the knife tip could be in the pipe, right? You're right about that, CB. What? That's a straight source of iron. Right through the lungs. Right into the lungs, too. When put together with another piece of evidence already in the courtroom, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. Oh my god, do you say- wait, what? Okay, first off, did everybody see Mrs. Garrideb is sitting on a crate box? Just so she's at equal level? And two, did anybody else notice that Mr. Garrideb's gown on his back was very, very burnt? And you can see his undies? I wonder if that's gonna be coming up later in the case. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. No, yeah. I wish I can go back, but if you looked at Mr. Garadeb, you saw on his back, the gown was burnt. It had several burn holes in it, and you could see right through his undies. You could see right through his undies. They were red and white striped. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case? I mean, it's pretty obvious, but again, I'll save just in case. To save my own ass. So it doesn't get burned as well. I always keep pressing the A button. It's X.
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
Objection! No, sir, that's not the case. I double-checked myself, with Susato by my side. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Oh! Oh, whoa. Mr. Dramatic here. Did you see Zykes? He was just like, oh, I'm wounded. Mr. Dramatic over here. Of course he's Dracula. Of course he's gotta be like that. I'm clutching my heart. I don't believe it. My heart is in pain. It does feel like I've been shot with a silver bullet to the heart. Oh my god, dude. Dude, if you want to be dramatic like this, just go into theater. There's a lot of theater that's going around England at this time. You'll be a perfect fit. Oh my god. Hold on. Do you see his smile? Do you see the way his mouth looks? It's getting more and more twisted. I don't like that. Sir, I don't like the way your mouth's getting more and more twisted. The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good holy gosh! See, right there! It's burnt! It's tattered at the bottom, you can see his undies. I think it's a neat little detail that they stuck there. I like that. Order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is... Jesus heck, the dramatic way you put your hands down, my dude. Good God. This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. Those exist? So Van Sykes has figured it out, has he? Counsel! Explain this extraordinary coincidence at once! Yes, my lord. The crucial point we had to ask ourselves here is, when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe? And how long has he been smoking it without realizing?
Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
I'm gonna do a Susato impression here of Garadeb.
Had this thing in my head as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. You would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid.
Both of you are shivering now. Oh, dearie me. Papers. during the argument between these two that occurred, just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Garadeb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garadeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time. Damn, if she threw that knife hard enough that it not only broke his pipe, it chipped off the tip of a blade. How powerful was her throw? How strong is Mrs. Garadeb? That's a frightening woman to think. And to be close to them. Which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade, found its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe. The chances of that are a million to one! And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garadeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Case closed. No more eyewitnesses now. And it still had enough force to fly out the window and lodge itself into a woman's back. You gotta think about that. The trajectory that she had, it knocked the pipe out. It knocked the tip off. It ricocheted off the pipe in such a way that it went out the window and stabbed a woman in the back. Mrs. Garadeb, perhaps you should really look after yourself and ease up on your natural strength when you're having an argument with your husband. Just saying. Oh gosh. Oh dear. Oh no!
Objection!
Why are you calling an objection, Van Zykes? Get your damn freaking classy vintage wine ass out of here. A full-body theory. I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. A game theory? Thank you for coming, everybody. Court is adjourned now. The bottle, I fear, is corked, though, actually. Because you see... My God, you and your damn freaking leggy. It's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable what? Lord Van Zykes, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? Well, as you can see with my graciously toned leg here, an inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yeah, in her, Oh, that's right, you silly little man! Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above... Ha! There's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. Ow! Now I've been shot! Order! Order! Quite right, you see! That's exactly right! If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the head, on the top of her head! Well,
He's lost for words, look. I knew it. He never liked his theory in the first place.
I don't know what really did happen. Ha! It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency it can't stand, your theory, my learned friend, is history. Look at the way he's crumpling his hand there. Classic dramatic villain right there. Oh, well, Renosuke's going to the void. Sorry, Susato, I gotta go to my headspace for a second and cry. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words,
we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand.
Susato, how'd you get into my mind space? It's supposed to be me and only me up in there. Miss Susato!
You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank, which is how I was able to sneak into it. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there.
It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
No it isn't. I'm gonna say, screw you, Dracula. I have something I can prove. This inconsistency doesn't mean that whatever happened because I was not able to read the text. It means I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test! A test! Yes! Objection, I say! If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? What the hell is spouting out of your mouth? Counsel? See, there is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness! Utter madness! This isn't Sparta, though. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. To prove that it actually was in the back. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle to summon Exodia. But if I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back. The evidence. How it could have been lodged in the victim's back. Let me see here. We're not looking at that. I was looking at the case file. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound with a large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. So is it straight up the case file? It's not this. At least I don't think it's this. I think it's the case file. It's not any of this. We don't need that anymore. The pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beats Beats, the border of which runs down the middle of the Briar Road. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound. Wait. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound. Maybe it's not that then. Because it says following a stab wound, it might mean that the stab came first and then she was unconscious. It explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back. It wouldn't be the book receipt. And I don't think we need to use the map. It was in the victim's hand when Mrs. Beat ran over to see what had happened. It's not the warrant card. It's not the bouquet. Maybe that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back. Crime scene photo. Would it be the photograph? I think it might be the photograph. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Name was clean from her personal effects. I think it's the photograph. I'm really indecisive about this one. All I know is that it's definitely not the medal, it's not the pipe, it's not the bouquet, it's not the warrant card, and it's not the fourth book, and it's definitely not the map or the book receipt. To me, it's honestly juggling between the case file and the photograph. But in the case file, it says she was rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Meaning, if I'm correct with the wording here, the stab wound to the back happened and then she was rendered unconscious. Because following means this came with it. I think I'm gonna try the photograph. And if it's not the photograph, then I might just go with the case file. It probably will load up. Okay. Alright.
Take that!
Okay, it's not. Okay, it is not. It is not the photograph. If that is the case, it's not the photograph. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back. Maybe it is the case file then?
Take that!
It's not the case file. It's not the case file. So if it's not the case file, and it's not the photograph, the evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back. What could it be then? missing metal was found inside. The fifth of the missing tip of the knife found the victim's back. The shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Mrs. Speak to drop the rose where she stood. Small folding wall that identifies London bobbies and contains the rules of conduct to which they must adhere. Wait! It's the book! It's the book!
Take that!
Because the book fell out first, knocked her on the head, making her unconscious, and then I got it. I got it. I got it. This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. That took me a while, but then when I thought about it, it makes sense now. The burnt book? Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we had to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print, look at this photograph, clearly shows the book in question. And the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know now, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Right so! As part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. Well, that's true. However, as part of his testimony states right here in these official papers that I have, Constable Beach made an extremely enlightening statement on that point in particular. If we want to flash back to about a week ago. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand?
Oh, well, sir, that's because it's how I found it. And we first ran over to the scene, and the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
We got you good! In other words, the victim had already picked up the book of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything at all, really. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By jingo, bingo, bongo, do! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, dearie me! We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garadeb household onto the pavement below. At precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yep, and exactly that moment. Says so right here, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog. When all of a sudden, just a book fell right in front of her. The book right through? Yes, Mrs. Garadeb. And what do you think the women did? You know, when you see a book falling from the sky, what do you think any normal person would do? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up. Like any common person would. That's precisely it. That is exactly what the woman did, in fact, do. She picked up the book. Damn, I cannot believe we're resorting to common sense tactics at this point. Oh, heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, What position would her back have been in? Are we talking the L position or the backwards L position? Who knows? That's right. Facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. At least on her back. If only she is a tortoise or something, then that blade would not have scratched the surface. Then in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking at the book, ting! God damn! No, she didn't do a back bend. She did a bend and snap. Although she didn't do the right on the snap part. The bend and snap. In her case, though, the bend and unconscious is what she did. The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And at that same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I'd never! It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Oh! And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never really was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. Exactly! This was nothing more than a series of unfortunate events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Let's close it now. I'm done with this. I want to see Natsume now. What do y'all think of that? I just served up some truth in here. A hot plate of it. Take it before it gets cold. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garridem, what do you have to say for yourselves? When you indirectly just caused a woman to go unconscious and in the hospital. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean.
Poor Mrs. Garrideb.
Poor Mrs. Garrideb, he says that. Oh, really?
Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen. But it was all my fault, wasn't it?
Not unless Mr. Garrideb has anything to say about it. Unless you both go down.
I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well.
Is this a case closed? Is no one gonna get arrested now for an accidental near murder? Yeah? What's gonna happen now with these guys?
John, dear.
It's all right, I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry!
Oh, she dropped her tea and then she fainted. Hey! Hey! Pick the wife up, Garrideb! Pick the wife up! Oh my god, your knees are gonna go out. And you're just gonna go out, I guess. Someone get these two off my courtroom floor before they both die or something. Or before Mr. Garrideb's knees go out again. Lord Van Sykes, what news of Mrs. Garrideb?
Well, she's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern.
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. I mean, right, can you really be charged if you accidentally almost killed some person on the street without even knowing? There's a lot of legalities that would probably come of that, especially nowadays. But back then, who knows? They shall have to prepare themselves with the consequences of their actions.
There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. A messenger came by. Maybe a few months of parole, yeah. Nothing like going in like the slammer for that. Since it was like an accident, you didn't mean for it to happen. It's called manslaughter instead of murder. You got a point there though, Chris. Got a little bit of a point there, yeah. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we never once met her. Yeah. That's the weird thing about this whole case. We never met her. Her name is supposed to be Olive Green, but that's still not known what her real name is. So I'm just like, who is this lady that randomly came by and was in unfortunate timing, had a knife plunge into her back? How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yeah, that is some good news. Ah! So, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Look behind me, I gotta make sure.
Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with unmeasurable kindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies.
Damn. The Lord's owning up to his actions, I see.
This man is going to start bawling his eyes out. I can guarantee you that.
No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion.
What conclusion, sir?
I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beach said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed, too.
I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless, considering she was unconscious. No one decided to check her pulse, but okay. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. God, poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. And the fact that he has no windows and his whole room is crammed with books doesn't help either. You can say Soseki-san is probably the equivalent of a shut-in.
Yes, poor man.
So, when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. Oh. I just should have never dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police! My man's definitely hears have some bad social anxiety. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly, truly sorry. Why isn't anybody saying anything? One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. Yo, don't be putting any supernatural stuff in here, because if that's gonna be with the last case, I'm gonna have a field day. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps, or events in some cases. We were befouled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zykes and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised.
Hear that, Susato?
I heartily commend you both.
Oh, me too as well?
I can't believe I'm on the same ground as that man across the way from me. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decision regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cool at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me. That's for sure.
I'm sitting in for the old bean whilst she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I see. I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? You're taking an effective speech class, and you have to present in class, and you can perfectly craft in your head what you're gonna say. But when I actually present it, you're nervous, you stutter, you forget everything. Yeah. I had to take a public speaking class, in college as well. I definitely was not the best at it, mostly because when I was presenting, I also had, like, my points all written down. But I kept juggling them, because whenever my eyes would look down at my paper, I would literally start talking about the first thing that my eyes would register. So I don't know what you would kind of call that. I don't think it's any kind of, like, social anxiety. I just don't like public speaking, to be honest. I can't do that kind of improv like the improv I can do when I'm acting. Because when I do improv acting, I can just go right off. I can get a character, I can get a scene ready for me, I can know what I feel like, and I can know my emotion. But when you're telling me to go and present a speech up in front of people, I'm just like, okay, I'll do the best that I can, but I'm probably gonna flub my words a bit. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Bang, 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 bang. And the not guilty verdict it is. Very well. Mr. Soseki, Natsume, I hereby pronounce you. I will say one thing, though. If streaming has really done a lot for me in terms of hobby-wise and doing other stuff, it has really helped me learn a little bit more how to just kind of, like, speak properly as well, I have to say. Not guilty! Yes, the confetti! Yes, the confetti from the jury! And the fireworks go boom, boom, boom! By the way, I'm curious, has anybody here seen the live-action Ace Attorney movie? Because if you haven't, you definitely need to check it out. It is such a joy to watch. It's also, I want to say, a little bit jarring in some instances, because when you're in the courtroom, when you see this movie, when you're in the courtroom, you know, it feels like it's like present day, like 2000s, 2010s, present day average Japan goings and happenings. But then you get in the courtroom, and there's there's this, like, futuristic kind of stuff that goes on with, like, holographic screens that pop up with the evidence and crime scenes and everything. It's so weird. It's so weird. Ooh. Thank you, Emma, for the hydrate or dihydrate. I thank you so much for that. The trick is to prepare notes, not a script, and realize that sadly no one else will really care when you remember what you said. I mean, that's also true. You are really the only one who knows how things are supposed to go. Your audience is literally listening to you at that point. I'm losing here. Let's see. You would think that as someone with social anxiety, you would not want to be a streamer, but there's a huge difference. There is. There is a difference that you see when you're seeing your audience versus when it's just yourself, a web camera, and a microphone. But sometimes, for some people at least, it's kind of nice to treat it as such. Just so you, again, can improve yourself. Improve your speaking, improve your speech, improve your overall attitude, how you are presenting yourself in front of people. Because just like it is when you're streaming and when you're speaking to a live audience that you can see, you're speaking to a bunch of strangers. Like, I know you guys, true, but for other people who come in here, for other people who just randomly find a stream, you're talking to a bunch of strangers. And something you find a little bit different between public speaking and streaming, you know, with public speaking, you can have your notes. You can have what you want to say right in front of you. Whereas with streaming, a lot of the times, what I felt is everything comes up on the fly. A lot of times it is going back and forth with the game, commenting on the game, commenting on what you think about it, and again, entertaining your chat. So there's a lot going on when you're streaming that you have to keep in mind of, just like you have to keep in mind when you're public speaking as well. There's differences, yes, but I can also see there's definitely some similarities between a streamer who is streaming to an audience versus a public speaker who is speaking to an audience as well. I like this conversation, though. I'm glad you guys are bringing this up. There is also the fact that you can relate to chat more than you can to a group of college students anywhere. That's also true. That's also true. Again, it's literally just, you can find your differences, you can find your similarities. It's literally all how you, it's how you view streaming versus the way that you view public speaking as well. So it could depend on the person's viewpoints. But like I've just recently explained, that's how I kind of see it. With, again, similarities and differences with public speaking and streaming. But I absolutely do encourage people, try streaming. You don't necessarily need to put your face in front of a camera to stream. The past streams, like, when I started, I didn't do any face cam streams. It was just me and a microphone and a game. Some people can just do that. And if it's better for you, go ahead and do it. I just like showing people myself because, A, I like people seeing my reactions to things, even though you can definitely hear it in my voice. But B, I like for you to put a face to the streamer. So that's just my thing. Everyone else is different though, but I highly encourage streaming. Whether it's with art, whether it's with gaming. I mean, even sometimes you don't even necessarily have to use a mic, too. People can just go and stream, play a game, and chat along in the chat. I can't believe this man is now free, though. You're less ashamed of being a nerd in front of other nerds than I am in front of successful business people. I mean, hey. That's a mood, though, Stevie. That's a mood. Although I will say, it's interesting to note that people at work are starting to notice my nerdy side because some of the shirts that I wear into work. And I work at a news station for the weather. So you can imagine what that must be, what it's like. So, Suzuki-san, you are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me and my courtroom. Oh yes, sir, of course. Oh, my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. All right, so get your tears out of my courtroom. Dismiss everybody. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. Now, nobody better be setting fires now, is all I'm saying. No more damn fires here. The Old Bailey defendants, antechamber at 3:17 p.m. Oh, locum! Oh dear, he's gonna start crying into my shoulder. Wait, you mean me? Of course, is there any other locum here? I mean, is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with using my actual name? I think it's cool. Oh, at last I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Heedy, haunting happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I'm pleased. Mr. Natsumi is delighted.
You better not go through the rest of the alphabet saying a bunch of adjectives.
Would it be so hard just to say that then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman who was in no way your fault, after all? I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that! Lovely, loyal locum lawyer! What makes me think that Soseki would do a really great, like, Sailor Moon pose? With his movements? I think it'd be pretty good. Yes? I mean, as I said before, I just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners, I see towering brick buildings, and from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing, ah ha ha, look at that little hunchback of Notre Dame. Even though the Notre Dame is in France.
Oh dear. I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
You know, I also think this man doesn't just have social anxiety, he probably just has generalized anxiety as well. But today, you locomotor gave my bloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. What more B words can I say for you? You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks on the beams, the bailiff's roofs, I bellowed. Behold the best burst ever born! God, you know your literature. You know so many B words. Well, that's very flattering. And we're very well pleased this for you as well. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work? Really, an anecdote? Are you there, my dear fellows? Yes! It's the boy! He's here, guys, he's here! My man is here, it's my man! That's my man right there! Hello there, husband, how are you? Oh, I'm so happy to see him. Oh, I'm so happy to see him. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
My My man's here, everybody. My man is here.
I see. I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say.
Oh! I love this man so much. I will scream to the heavens how much I love Sholmes. God, I love him.
The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck.
Sholmes. Sholmes. It just finished.
What? No! Then my haste was in vain? Ah! It's you! Herlock Sholmes! Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light.
Charming like he is.
Oh, he's very charming. This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. Take this. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently? Puff. I fear that perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now.
Guys, he's doing the thing. He's doing the thing. He got us good. He got us good, guys. He got us real good, and I didn't even notice till now. How dare you, Natsume? How dare you?
But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience.
It's not below the belt, it doesn't count. But he was dabbing a little bit. You gotta count that. I do feel very badly about how I behaved.
Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir?
It's nothing now. Nothing. I'm all tuckered out.
Priceless! Oh, I'm sorry, really, but... Oh, ha! That was quite priceless.
Poor Saseki-san.
Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem that you were not even found guilty.
But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and
now by the Reaper!
Yes, Lord Van Zykes. Not happy that he once again got a not guilty verdict.
I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means.
Even if you're found not guilty, you're
Still doomed!
Oh, please don't go into a panic there, Mr. Natsume, please. Breathe. Deep breaths. In, out. In, out.
Please, it'll be all right, Mr. Natsume. Please, breathe normally there. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you.
Yo, okay. But, I was just gonna say, can you imagine a Susato takedown and she takes down Van Zykes? Because that'd be really freaking cool.
With a perfectly executed Susato takedown.
I like how he turned to us and he's still shaking. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. You know, so I don't hit my head on something and die, presumably. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Fix the collar. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh!
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here, and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
Oh, that's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to travel halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse?
A little bit of that too, yes.
That's not it at all!
But maybe a little bit of it, yes. The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. And what's with Sholmes? And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in...
Wait, yeah, it hasn't even been a week. It's just been like, what, 3 days? 3 whole days since we've been here, and we've been on 2 cases already? Jesus hell!
And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet.
And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right. But we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then! You could take my lodgings! Oh! The windowless? No. No, I need windows in my room. No thank you, Soseki. But what it lacks in windows and more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. And the fact that people won't be able to look into the window and see you doing who knows what in your room. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind their cursed evil spirit.
Oh my! An evil spirit, you say?
Catch me interested. Oh, yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an invaluable wake-up call. This way. I'm going this way. Well, think about it. If that's all right. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Can we stay at Sholmes' place? Please? 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 Yes? 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 I want to go with this option. I go with option B. I want to room with Holmes. Can you imagine me and Mr. Sholmes being roommates? Staying up at night, telling each other stories and secrets and having pillow fights? Susato, let's go with Sholmes. Come on, let's go with Sholmes.
Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add.
Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? Yo, Naruhodo here gonna be like freaking Joker, sleeping up in the attic? Have himself a makeshift bed made out of boxes? Thankfully, Naruhodo won't have a cat that tells him to go to bed. Instead, it's gonna be Suzato who tells him to go to bed.
I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of the price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak.
You must come at once. At once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of?
Oh, this is simply wonderful! What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words.
Oh, I'm excited is what I am. So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then.
Got it. Then it is settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening.
And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes.
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Somebody's happy. Just now come. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. I mean, likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. I mean, it's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon, though. Can I have all your books? I'd like to read something while we're staying in an attic, by the way. Well, I've come to realize that I belong to Japan. But welcome. We'll meet again one day. Yeah. Sure. We may not. Who knows? And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author as well. And hopefully by then I'll be an even more successful detective. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. We're staying at the Holmes place. We're staying at the Sholmes place. And so, this begins my adventure rooming with the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Oh yeah, and with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home. 221B Baker Street, the well-known address. Oh boy. Alright, take your comparisons right now. Which attic is better, the Sholmes attic or the LeBlanc Cafe attic? Take your bets right now. Because the way I see it, I kind of want to stay in this one, not gonna lie. This one has some more aesthetic and finesse to it. There's also just, you know, casual onions hanging right above the staircase. So, you know, in case an intruder decides to come up, just cut the onions, and then boom, be pelted, fall down the stairs. I think I'll be fine. Wow. So this... I like the random shovel that's up here, not gonna lie.
Is to be our new office. Yes.
Our office? Or, hey, look, is that a shovel or is it a spade? Oh, yeah, it could be garlic. Yeah, keep Lord Van Zykes the vampire out of here. I rather like the sound of that.
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, that's something that you do have to do with onions. Oh. So you need them to age like that before you eat them so they're not... okay, alright. Fun fact of the day from M, thanks. Wow. I hope you can see this, Kazuma. I say as I take the katana from my side and literally show it around. I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. Here, I'll pretend it's two. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh! I'm sorry, Oh! That's a good looking man right there. Casual Shomes. Casual Shomes got me feeling something. Whew! Alright. I love his vest. Oh my god. I love his vest. I love what he's wearing. Oh. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. No. I'm not gonna continue to fawn. I'm fine. I am fine. You know what, Em? I'm glad you reminded me about that. Let me go grab the bottle. Showing up. So I did not prepare the bottle. But since apparently he wanted to surprise us right at the end of the case, now I have to bring it out. Okay. One squirt out of the simp be gone. For my dear, dear, wonderful man standing there. Oh god! You got it good. That was a good squirt. That was a very good squirt. Okay, maybe I am predictable. But, I'm not gonna lie. That is one handsome man right there. I'd kiss his cheek. I'd take his hand and kiss it if he took my hand and kiss it. Just saying.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
Oh shit, the little girl's voice. Oh god, what did I do for her voice?
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie, you give me in charge of the salad.
Why do you have to bring a gun into this, huh?
Splendid.
Yes, please. Full view. Okay. I'm not gonna simp anymore. I am just going to casually admire the man. I swear.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel?
To have our own office in the capital. What? Chris! Oh my god. You know, what if we just so happened to be in Mr. Sholm's attic, right above his office, and we kissed each other's hands? That wouldn't happen, would it? Unless. Oh, this boy has me fawning for him so hard. To have your own office in the capital. Oh, it's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us, and what other murder cases I'm going to solve.
Those are precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises.
God, he's even doing the thing with the hand on the hair. I can't with this man. I can't.
Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is.
Sorry?
London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth.
Dude, he's giving me such mysterious vibes here. Stop becoming hotter.
But the brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows.
I am proud to be a Sholm simp, Em. I'm proud of it. If I had a button, I would gladly be wearing it.
Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already.
Since you first played this, you nail it, you would simp for me. That's because you know me, Em. You know the type of guys that I fall for. And it's definitely kind of guys like Schultz. And you did you did predict it. I'm not gonna lie. You did tell me.
So once again, Mr. Naruhodo.
Good God, stop being like a gentleman.
Welcome to London.
Thanks. Of course, at the time,
I had no idea the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke.
But it wasn't long before my turn came. To lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. And that, my wonderful chat, is the end of Case 4. Applause all around. That was a damn good case. That was a really, really good case. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. That was a really good case. Very, very good. Thank you once again for the Hydrate or Dihydrate. Actually, this is the last one we have left. And I am so excited for this one. Just because The Hound of the Baskervilles is probably my favorite Sherlock Holmes story. I love it to pieces. So I'm very excited to see what exactly they're going to be doing it with this. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Before we start this case, though, guys, we're going to take a quick break. I do actually want to go and get myself some more water, and I want you guys to have a little bit of break of yourselves. So if you guys need to go take care of yourselves in ways of using the bathrooms, stretching out, getting something to eat, getting water as well, please go ahead and do so now. I'll be gone for like about 5 to 10 minutes at best, and then we're going to start up the last case of the Great Ace Attorney first game. Very excited for that. So, in that case, I will throw up good old BRB screen. I'll put on some music for you guys, and I will be back before you know it.
Counteraction rising. Yeah, we're ready for the punchline. There's no use with all your gimmicks. So check this out. Locking you down once, quench the hope to compromise. The noise comes, are you ready to bow? But the antidote for the jammed and hypnotized. Spread the light and colors. Who's the real sister now?
As if it's nothing new, like a Brazilian rose in vain. It blooms, throw out your words of doubt and leave this town. Say goodbye, 'cause you can't back down now. Yeah, all you gotta do is shout it out, just sing whoa. Database, just living in the database. Whoa, all of your fiction's cracking in my head as the addition of my world still spreads. In the database, just living in the database. Whoa, doesn't even matter if there is no hope as the madness of the system grows.
Is the key for the real clue? Mass redemption breathing on. Oh, we know we've been longing for this. Cut out the plot that deceived you. Drop the rebels out. Shut the system down. Reveal a never found now.
Or reality, if you are ever torn away from me, I'll fight the world until we're side by side, watching the ruins grow before our eyes.
Damn you all, you big airheads. Yeah, I damn you all, you big airheads.
And as you light these seething hot fake, catch fire and the words they overlap. Database, just living in a database. Whoa, all of your fiction's cracking in my head as the addiction of my world still spreads. In the database, just living in a database. Whoa, doesn't even matter if there is no hope, just sing whoa. Hey, wait a minute.
What happened?
The data's all gone!
I got a bogus calculation that's driving my frustration. Statistics going haywire but quickly disappearing. I don't think you can function in this database. I think you better polish up your skills at your own pace. Yeah. No. Yeah. Damn you all, you big airheads. Yeah. Damn you all, you big airheads. Damn you all, you big airheads. Yeah. Damn you all, you big airheads.
Database, just living in a database. Whoa, all of your fiction's cracking in my head as the addition of my world still spreads. In the database, just living in a database. Whoa, doesn't even matter if there is no hope as the madness of the system grows. Database, just living in a database. Database, just sing whoa. As if it's nothing new, like a Brazilian rose in vain. It blooms, throw out your words of doubt and leave this town. Say goodbye, 'cause you can't back down now. Yeah, all you gotta do is shout it out, just sing whoa.
Drop it.
Good soundtrack. Good soundtrack. You can't hear. Well, the music's done for now. But that's something that I'll probably have to go. Ah, the music was loud. Okay, got it. I'm also making sure. Okay. Like I said, things are going to be a little testy today. So I thank you guys for being on. I thank you guys for being honest, and just so you can let me know about future things as well. What needs to be taken care of, especially before I stream again. So thank you guys for letting me know. I really, really, really do appreciate it. Alright, kitty cat, you can stay there. But, like I said, last episode, everybody, of the first game. The adventure of the unspeakable story based off the Hound of the Baskervilles. I'm very excited. I'm very, very, very excited. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical Hound of the Baskervilles."
That thing's huge. That thing's huge. Really big. Whew. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. Oh, damn! Finally, they had a bit of a break. Good for them. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country. Excuse me. And in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, excuse me. There then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. Which was hardly surprising, of course. Since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of a law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is. Until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. Oh man, we're springing all the way to April. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. You know, right above where Herlock Sholmes lives. Knock, knock, knock. Oh, isn't this cute? Look at that. They transformed the attic into something really, really adorable. I love it. It's cute, it's quaint, and it feels homey. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. And the mop and the spade are still there, by the way. Susato-san?
Yes!
Hi, little girl. I didn't know that was you.
Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? Let me look at my book.
I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I?
Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me.
But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. What are you doing? Are you doing a sniff down there? What you smell? What you smell, little lady? So shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite?
Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food.
She does, doesn't she? You thought she was gonna pull a gun out of her sleeve? Listen, you don't know what could be pulled out of Susato's sleeves. It could be a book, it could be an orange, it could be whatever you think it is. I think she can hide a lot of good things up in there.
Let me see. What case is it today? Here we go again.
I'd like to examine my office and see what's around here. Too bad I can't examine the mop. So this is the tea set that Susato-san brought with her from Japan. Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my cup when she makes it. It's just so bitter.
Tea is a drink to be enjoyed, Naruhodo-san. You really don't have to force yourself to drink it, you know. I don't like to see you screw up your face, though.
Wow, even she knows. That's saying something. It's spring at last, and the weather is warmer now. I love the smell of the fire and the steam rising from the kettle.
Oh, would you like some tea, Naruhodo-san, even though I said you don't need to drink it?
Thank you, Susato-san, but I'm alright for now. With the green tea Susato-san makes for me from time to time and Iris' unique herbal infusions. This place is a paradise for a true tea lover.
Green tea is such a wonderful accompaniment to British tea cakes, don't you think?
Sure, whatever you say, Susato, whatever you say. We've only been here in London for about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look a little messy already.
You could tidy up once in a while.
Susato-san, I always say, making a mess is a small sacrifice to pay for being able to further your studies. And time spent tidying up is time you can't devote to the same cause. You're just making excuses, Naruhodo, just like I try to make sometimes.
And time spent on ridiculous arguments is time that could be better spent on some simple housework.
Alright, she wins, but I'm supposed to be the lawyer here. I'm the one who's supposed to win the cases. To win the arguments. Alright, what else do we got over here? Oop. Oh, I can look at the shovel! That spade has been in here since we started renting the place.
Oh, that's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel.
No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade.
No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel.
I don't want to dig a hole for myself, so let's just leave it at that.
Don't fight me, Naruhodo, or else you're getting a Susato takedown. Right down the stairs as well.
This must be the telegram. Let's see.
Ah! No, you mustn't look at that. Not under any circumstances.
I know, I love it. The new ladders versus step ladders. It's a ladder. No, it's a step ladder. It's a spade. No, it's a shovel. Even your ancestors fought just like this. Just like this, Phoenix. Alright, I won't.
I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san, but you can be very mischievous at times.
Put the telegram away if you don't want people looking at it. That's a big telegram, by the way. What else can I look at? Plant! We were rather lucky to find that... Oh, they made an aquarium! That's cute! The prawns we put in there are doing rather well. And the anemones, too.
It's a wonderful invention, isn't it? The sea behind glass, inside your room. Another example of Great Britain's greatness.
Yeah, but having to clean it out and change the water isn't so great, though, is it? No, the housework is never fun. According to Google, a spade is shorter and has a flat blade, while a shovel is longer, angled, and its blade is curved into more of a scoop. Here we go, then! Do you know I've never seen inside your room there, Susato-san? I've never even peeked inside.
I should think so too. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know.
Whatever you say, young maiden. Okay, so... I think she would be right, saying that it's a shovel. Because it's curved. The looks of it, at least. Alright, well... It's too bad I can't examine the hanging onions. That's it for here. Might as well see the court record. Yeah, the court record. Nothing in there. Oh, I can converse, though. So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean.
Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about.
Susato-san, we can have a stare-off contest all day, but I know exactly what I see on your desk over there. Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that.
Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring old telegram.
That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing. Susato, I'm gonna bore you with my eyes until you tell me what was in there.
I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point.
Alright, I understand. Suzuki-san. I suppose Suzuki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Oh yeah, 2 months, he's right.
Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away.
Don't tell me something happens to that boat. I swear to everything. If that boat catches fire and everyone drowns because of the Reaper's curse, I'm gonna throw a fit. I swear to you, right here and right now. A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him. Do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Stop foreshadowing. I know something's gonna happen. I know something's gonna happen. No, not that fortnight! The olden times fortnight, you millennials! Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san?
Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san?
I was just wondering, what might have become of Suzuki-san had he stayed in London? That's all.
You mean, as regards Lord Van Zykes, the Reaper?
Yeah, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. Yeah, let's talk about the Reaper, man, yeah! What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Never forget this. Like the way that Nightmare's trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. And someone died.
Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery.
Yeah, but at least Saseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means... Oh, I see, Chris. You're just here for the memes. You know what? That's fine. Make your memes. Make your memes. Because if you're here for the memes, then CB is here for the puns, no matter what.
That the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps?
Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible... Hold on. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. Well, gee, I'm glad we share the same feeling, Naruhodo. I'm so glad that we share that same feeling that something bad's gonna happen to Suzeki. If he dies, I swear to everything.
If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the Sword of Justice himself.
Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants.
No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Van Sykes hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter.
I have a lot of theories going on in my head about what's gonna be happening, guys. Oh?
Yes, since Suzeki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems.
Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. Hey, what's up, Sarah? Welcome to chat! Oh, if anything happens to Soseki or Shomes, I will kill everybody in this chat, and then I will kill myself. Of course. So it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials, then? Ugh, just my luck. I get a Reaper. I get a Reaper.
I wonder if luck doesn't come into it.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Alright, if that's the case, might as well, take you to the sweets! Take you to the sweets! Good old Shomes Sweets. Look how unorganized everything is. I love it.
Morning, Runo! Morning, Susie!
Shomes? Shomes? Are you trying to play the violin right now? Someone tell me what this track is called right now. I want to know what this track is called. It's just a single violin playing. This makes me think of like the world's saddest violin, and it cuts over to Shomes playing it. It's like dee 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 dee. I'm more interested in this violin playing right now. This is intense. I like it. Also really unsettling for some reason.
Good morning, Iris.
Iris?
What is it, Runo?
What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled.
Ah, yes. You noticed that, did you?
You're trying your... You are trying your best, sir, but you need to stop this instant, okay? Please.
Hurley isn't in the best form this morning, it seems.
Oh shit, I have an audience. Aww. Aww, are you okay, boy? Hello.
Hello, Mr. Shomes. What's got you down in the dumps?
My headphones, I swear to everything. Good morning. No, my boy can't be sad. Who hurt my boy? Oh. A good morning to die, perhaps. Hey, no frowns. Hey, no frowns here, mister. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before? My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Listen, you're not going through your teenage rebellion right now, Sholmes, because you are a... Hold on, how old are you? How old is he? You are a 34-year-old man. The only thing that you're going to be going through now is not an edgy phase, but your midlife crisis. Okay? And you're still too young for that. Damn this blanched existence! That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. I want to give him a hug. No, I don't like sad Sholmes. It's not fun.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Oh, some dry toast and insipid coffee for me. If it's not too much trouble. Insipid coffee? Wow, you're going the extra mile with your adjectives, Mr. Sholmes. Meow? Kitty! How can you be sad when there is a cat around? Oh look, it's Wagahai! Wagahai? If he were to be evicted, would he be shown? Oh my god, Chris! If he were to be evicted, would he be shomeless? Okay, that's a good one you got, Chris. That's a good one.
Good morning, boy.
Oh, it's so cute! You know what? No, I'm going to get this cat and I'm going to put it right in front of Sholmes and say, how can you be depressed when there's a cute cat staring at you? No more depression, Sholmes. Look at the cat face. That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get there? If you are friends with you... Stop! Stop! Oh my god, I hate that one CB. But I have to say it. If you are friends with him, would you be Sholmies? Jeez, so demanding, CB. Where's my kazoo? I'm the streamer here, CB. I will play the kazoo when I want to. And whenever you want to, because there are kazoo channel points down below.
Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris.
It would indeed be a fine day to... My dude, please. I knew something different. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. Something's missing. Hi! What was supposed to be over here? Look at Mr. Sholmes' desks. It's completely clear. Isn't that enormous machine usually on it?
We can hope and never hope to understand what goes on in the great detective's mind, Mr. Naruhodo. Why, next time we're invited, we may find he's vacated the entire suite and become shoveless!
That's scarily plausible, actually. Alright. What about up here? He drinks tea when he has a cold because the shh. No. No. I'm not giving that one to you, Chris. I am not. At all. No. There's all sorts of these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high. I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment.
Oh, it's such a charmingly untidy collection of paraphernalia, isn't it?
It just looks messy to me. Like my desk.
But you, Mr. Naruhodo, must learn to tidy up after yourself.
No favoritism there, then. Is that where we're all resorting to right now? You're just gonna make a lot of Herlock Sholmes puns? Is that where I got into right now? If I always put locks on the doors, would they be Herlocks? My own chat betraying me. A bunch of freaking puns. Can't believe you guys. Disappointed, ashamed, can't believe it. We'll never recover from this. Right then, how about the nice fire? The fire's burning comfortably in the grate again today. It's a very different feeling to eat Japanese hibachi, somehow.
Oh, look at that photographic print of a lady displayed on the mantelpiece. Could it be... Yes, it must be! It's the woman!
The woman, specifically. Only the woman. Is that supposed to mean something to me? Wait, why is that an award? What is that supposed to mean? It looks like that huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. It seems very sturdy with an equally sturdy lock.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go around opening things. I always had to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous.
How did you come to that conclusion? I'm just nosy. And curious. Can't help that. These are all mementos of Mr. Sholmes' past cases, I think. If he'd been involved in my case, I wonder if the beefsteak from La Carnival would be on display here.
A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, some mysterious dancing men,
Oh!
a bust of Napoleon. Ah, what an entrancing collection!
It looks like an untidy assortment of junk to me, rather like what's on my own shelves.
Well, you really ought to learn to keep your things in order, Mr. Naruhodo.
No favoritism there at all. Certainly none at all. And look, it's an iris. I can talk about the cat! If Sholmes decided to become a clown, would he be a Herlock Quinn? I'm dying on the inside. You can see it in my eyes, Chad. I'm dying on the inside. Soon enough, you're gonna see me looking like Sholmes here. Depressed. The world is dead. Ugh. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home then. I did read. Oh no, I did not. If he just likes staying in his apartment here, he'd be a real show. He'll be a real Shonbody. I'm dying, Scoobs. I'm dying. I am dying. I'm going to perish from these puns.
Oh yes, and I've become very attached to little Wacky.
It would appear his previous owner is completely forgotten to him. cats are unfeeling creatures. Their mews as empty as the hearts of the mused. Whoa, Shams, what the heck? You know what? You're right. We need to start a pun counter for each individual who makes puns. No, you're not getting special treatment, CB. You're being treated by the rest of chat. Oh, look at her holding him!
If Mr. Natsumi had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place.
I expect he would have taken him if he could. But pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships, in our experience. Flashback to what happened there.
And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is so adorable.
I love you, cat. Just like I like the cat over here. Yeah, he really is. Oh yeah, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from?
Oh, you noticed! You are observant, Bruno. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What is it?
I call it the Cat Flap-O-Mat. Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of.
So you're telling me that thing can go through solid steel? I'd like to see that happen. Wouldn't it have been quicker just to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap?
Well, yes, maybe, but now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door of our office upstairs, Iris.
She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions. This girl. I would not be surprised if Iris is able to rob a bank, seeing how smart she is. She's 10 years old. She probably would get away with it too. Thank you for the talk about the cute little cat. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other things to peruse around your sweet home. Oh my god, this is her section. Isn't it adorable? Iris's beautiful tea set is there on the table as usual. A cup of one of her special herbal blends always helps me to relax when I'm feeling the strain.
The English pastime of tea has many similarities with our own tea ceremony customs, don't you think? It's the idea of hospitality behind it. That's the essence of tea.
The essence of tea, yeah, sure, you talk whatever you want to, Susato. This is where Iris notes down ideas, isn't it? Let's see, what does it say today? Ah, the Boscombe Valley Mystery.
Oh, how intriguing!
Good question, CB. Where the hell is the kitchen in this place? Follow-up question to that, though. How tiny is it compared to the rest of this place?
It must be the title of Iris's latest work. Oh my, I wonder what fantastic tale awaits us.
Susato-san looks like an angel, but I bet she's dreaming of the most unsavory crime you could imagine. Oh yes, but because behind that innocent face, she's definitely thinking about arson. I mean, I'm thinking about arson behind this very innocent face of mine, don't you think, guys? Don't you think? That's a charming little white shelf, and full of charming little bottles, too. But the contents of them aren't quite so charming, it seems.
Science is the future, Mr. Naruhodo. You can't deny it. I'm saving my money so that I can buy some chemistry apparatus as well.
Law, chemistry, take down those. What diverse skills you boast, Mr. Sato.
As useful as they are, I'm not sure that my throwing skills are worthy of inclusion in that list.
No, they are. Believe me, they are. They definitely should be, at least. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Iris doing much writing recently. But there's paper already set up in the typewriter. Look, as if she's about to start.
That reminds me. When I mentioned that Iris was in the process of writing a full-fledged novel, Mr. Natsume was most impressed.
Oh yeah, Mr. Natsume. That guy again.
That's what I'll be doing too once I'm back in Japan, he said through tightly clenched fists and teeth.
Writing your own book. Well, good luck with that though, Natsume. Hopefully it'll come out right, and nothing bad will happen to you in the long run of things. Nothing bad happens to him. And no Curse of the Bailey or Curse of the Reaper is going to take him away. Alright. Now then, let's try to cheer up our roommate, good old Sholmes. You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened?
It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its melissonic tones would make flowers bloom wherever I went.
It would?
But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me overboard.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
For hours I have bowed, for days even. Through the night I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever. No more recitals of unbridled emotion. It's all anger and depression.
Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley?
Don't worry, I'm sure it will come back to you in...
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure we'll come back to you in time.
Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of arts are fickle. Damn, why the hell is he sounding like Yusuke? One day they bestow genius on a man, the next they unmercifully withdraw it.
Oh dear. Ah, why is this happening to me?
If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left? For pity's sake, what is left?
Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? I'll check it out once after stream there, Sarah, but thank you.
Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but...
By the way, Sarah, how's the little potato doing? I'm curious.
Your desk looks rather empty today.
Ah, well done, Mr. Sato. Your observational skills do you credit.
Oh no, Mr. Sholmes, they pale into insignificance when compared to yours.
I mean, you'd struggle to notice, wouldn't you?
Oh, you mean Hurley's great analytoscope? That's at Windy Banks now.
Sorry, it's a windy bank?
No, Windy Banks, the pawnbrokery.
Pawn what? The potato is adorable, but the potato is also screaming. Sounds right for a little baby like that. But still good to know that he's doing very, very healthy. And that the mom is also doing well, too. At least I hope. You mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly.
But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I too wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate.
Herlock Sholmes on ye old pawn shops? Next time on ye old pawn shops. Chung-Li! Chung-Li! We're gonna sell you this machine for 1 copper penny, and then I'm gonna spit on your shoes just because I can. That's next episode of Ye Old Pawn Stars.
I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you.
Oh, dear madam, things are far from desperate.
But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate?
Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. Excuse me. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works. Oh, what's your understand exactly? Tell us about how pawnbroking works. What did you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works, Mr. Sholmes? To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks.
Banks?
Yes, banks, you heard me right. On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week.
And then on Saturdays, they go to recover their things using the money they've earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London.
And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn should the need arise.
Oh, how ingenious! So, whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windy Banks, you see.
Pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Wow, who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain? Am I right?
Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley?
Don't call me out like this, Iris. I'm wallowing in despair. What does it matter? The world is dead to me now that it's gone and out of my own home. Uh-oh! Titter!
Oh, what was that?
Wagahai? Oh shit. Cat? Are you okay? What was that?
Oh no! Wagahai's tangled up in your violin!
Oh shit.
I think he thinks it's a toy.
No! What's he doing to it? like to imagine that the end of this game is a jump cut to Phoenix Wright telling the story of how his great-grandfather studied under the great Sherlock Holmes. That would be a pretty cool thing. I'm not gonna lie. I think it may have to, if that were a thing, though, if that were a thing, it probably would be in the second game, though. So Phoenix is just spinning this story about his ancestors to Maya while they're, like, riding a train to their next case. And Maya's just sleeping right next to Phoenix, saying, yeah, food.
Oh dear, Mr. Sholmes' precious violin!
Why should I care? What? I shouldn't be surprised. Oh my god, you're right. Hey, diddle diddle, the cat in the fiddle. The cat caught right in the fiddle. The cat is a more accomplished musician than I am now. Play those funky tunes there, cat boy.
Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley?
Out of the cat's reach if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Where did it even go? Over here? Huh. Right there. Right there. So this is the violin, is it? No, the string! It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier, Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me, but okay. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for mere 55 shillings. Oh wow, how honorable of you. And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music to tolerate this blanched existence? No! There is none!
Mr. Sholmes.
What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. And from me standing like this.
Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think?
Hmm? Wait, what do you mean, Mr. Sato? Whoa, okay, why is the intense violin music coming in now? Why are the strings coming in? What's going on?
Oh! Susie's right! Yes! The tone of the wood is completely different!
Wait a sec. Wait, it's also breaking! At least that looks like the paint, like it looks like paint's coming off it. It's an imposter violin!
And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before.
Wait. It's not even the right size, is it? What's this?
Let me look at my convenient book that I always keep in my sleeve. I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all.
Wait, is it an actual fiddle? Then what?
I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola.
Ah! What? Oh my god! The man fell over! Sholmes, are you okay?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you all right?
You're right! You are quite right. This isn't my faithful Stradivarius. So what, pray, is this piece of string to float some? Not your faithful performing partner, then?
Ah, I see what must have happened.
You do, Iris?
This is just a simple mix-up.
It sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. Yeah, if it's Stradivarius, man's making a good freaking violin, alright. Alright, what shit do you know, Iris? What do you know about this? Did you do something? Did you do something? I think so. I mean, if the man was playing that violin for however long he was, and then all of a sudden it just never worked for him, you kind of be taken aback as well. Like, what's happened? What's happened to me? Am I not having a good day? What do you mean by a mix-up, Iris?
Well, you see, this violin, sorry, this viola, I mean, was at Wendy Banks until last week.
Widely considered the greatest violin maker of all time, and his instruments sell for as much as 16 million smackaroos. Sounds about right then. Shit. Those violins better be damn good. And they better not break a single string as well.
At the pawnbroker's?
Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner.
There's a proverb from the East with which you are not no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers in hope that it would experience personal growth? Oh, what a wonderful idea! Last week, I pawned my great antilescope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Windybank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber.
Ha! I see what you did there. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pish! Excuse me. Did you just say pshaw? Sholmes?
Pshaw! A fine state of affairs this is. And why I always say, Mr. Navahodo, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time.
He said fiddle.
But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbrokery as an extremely secure vault.
Yes, but my words have no meaning now. Pshaw, I see. Let's go to June to find a TV oh my god, you're right. This loser can jump into. Damn. Any chance you bring up that comic? Solidarity, CB, solidarity.
Come, Mr. Naruhodo! Dilly-dallying will get you nowhere.
Sorry?
Crunching your toes with that vacant aspect and pressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are now faced? We must visit Mr. Windybank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes?
Precisely, Mr. Sato. Without a moment's delay. But I haven't even finished my bacon and eggs or my coffee.
Oh, my dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to press your egg with ever more obtusely?
All right, say no more. Let's go then. Hey. Me too, Sev. Me too. Without the coat and the hat, this man is... Ooh, solid.
Don't worry, Bruno. I'd be happy to eat after you again later. Oh, thank you, Iris.
As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbrokery looks like. Can I talk to you? Can I talk to you? Can I talk to you? I don't... Oh, okay. I can't talk to him anymore. So if you bought the violin for about 50 pounds, that's about 6,000 pounds today, which is roughly over $7,000. He said shillings. He bought it for 55 shillings. So, you'll have to convert it with the shillings. Alright then. Whoa! I can go straight out to Baker Street, or straight to, let's go to Baker Street. Oh, wow. Look at this area. Look at how nice it is around here. Ah, yes, good old London streets. It's already been 2 months since we started taking lodgings here above Mr. Sholmes' office. I love it so much. It's so cute and so quaint. I still can't quite believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this.
Oh, I know.
It may sound like Layton music to you, Sev, but I can't say for certain because I never played a Professor Layton game.
To actually be sharing accommodation with the world's greatest detective. If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I will have not one regret.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'd be happy to defend you, of course. Alright. There's the ye old pawn shop. Look at all the different things in the window of the shop.
Ah, that's Windybank's pawnbrokery.
It looks much smarter than a pawnbrokeries in Japan, doesn't it?
Yes, you're right. I find pawn shops at home rather inapproachable, personally.
That's true, that's true. They gotta fit that ye old London aspect. It reminds me of a tearfully parting with my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable.
What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo. That's a saying that apparently they say in the future.
'Cause why not? Alright, time to look at this pawn shop of theirs. Guys, I spotted it. It's the Thinker! It's the Thinker! Yo, and is that like a Pinocchio doll over there? That's interesting. He bought the violin for a measly $10 when it absolutely cost a whole heck of a lot more than that. Damn. Hot damn. Yo, this place looks so... Skull! Oops. Guys. I found it. I found the skull. Oh, look, there's a dog! There's a dog right there! Oh! I thought that... Oh my god, I thought that looked like an Among Us character. I'm seeing things now. Look at the picture of the doggo, though. There's a doggo next to the skull. I love it. No, we're not doing sussy imposters here. None of that. So this is a British pawnbrokery.
Oh my! There are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid eyes on before.
Ah, Sasato-san, and that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you?
I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes. I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill to me.
And he's back in his coat, ladies and gentlemen. My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're back in your jacket. I preferred you without it, but okay.
We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure. Matters of business apparently makes me want to square up and fight, apparently. And clearly Mr. Sholmes means business, too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. Hey! Ah, Mr. Sholmes, welcome back.
Did you hear that brazen welcome?
Well, yes. We are potential customers, after all.
We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Windybank of our error. But we're not going to be like Karens, as they say.
Come! The fight is afoot! Hello, sir. I would like to examine your shop before I go and speak with you.
What are you doing, my dear fellows? We are not here to browse for interesting curios. We are here to teach this broker a lesson. Give him the old 1-2 if you ever see me. Oh, but there are just so many fascinating items.
Looks as though we'll have to talk to Mr. Windybank first before you can explore in here, Mr. Sato. Alright, Sholmes, you gotta be like that. You want me to play the angry customer? I'll play the angry customer. Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago. Yes? This second-rate fiddle is not my faithful instrument, Mr. Windybank. The color of the wood is different, it has holes in it, it's not even the same size.
A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me, and an inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There's only one way to make amends. Where? Wait! No! No! Oh my God! No! What? No! No! This is what? Sir, put the gun down! Put the gun down! What the hell? What the heck? No, that's not the intended use. Sholmes! He has a gun to his head! What the heck? He wants an extreme, what the heck? I don't think that shall be necessary. Do you, Mr. Windybank? Oh my God, my man, put it down, put it down. If I may just say one thing before I pop off. Stop, please, please. Yes? It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe. Sorry? As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch your violin, and I heard, there it is. You did? Sholmes is probably used to this by now, which is why he has no reaction at all whatsoever. And when I tried to controvert you, you had taken the violin and left, sir. I see. However, there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. so I shall not grumble or grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me. No, stop, my dear fellow. The fault is all mine, even though I just fainted right now. What is going on? Put it down. Good. Put it back on your desk, away from where you are, and let's calmly talk, okay? No need for that.
It would appear that the fight is over. I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windybank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy.
You know what? It wouldn't surprise me either, CB, if he had some kind of, like, attention disorder, since he's all over the place. Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Herlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition now, would you? I do believe you may be right, sir. It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. I was about to burst into tears because a man was about to take his life, but I guess we're all laughing now, like it never happened. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I needed to remind you of the peculiar collection of items you brought through my door in the past.
Oh, peculiar items?
In the extreme, ma'am, for example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Herlock Sholmes, or some such.
Oh my! A new full-fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I've yet to read, you mean?
No, stop! Please forgive me.
Wait, before you die, you must
Before you die, you must tell me more. Well, Susato doesn't care. Sir, please, sir. Man.
I must know more. Tell me everything.
Wow, Susato-san is really fired up. Fired up and very focused, apparently, too.
Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof?
Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see. Excuse me.
I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Windybank.
For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir, not a farthing more.
It houses something of very great value, indeed.
I mean, yeah, no, don't do it. Tell me the story first. Please, give it to me first before you perish. Susato knows what she wants, apparently.
The latest manuscript recounting the adventures of one Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
I beg your pardon, a manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript?
Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here.
And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this?
I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings securely.
Of course, sir, of course. They're safe and sound with me, I assure you, all my life. God, this is all so very strange already. Even with the guy in the gun. Sherlock really telling up this man that he has got no business to be telling us what his business is.
I wonder, could I ask you something?
a gentleman from the east, I see. Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I can offer you 6 pence for it.
6 pence?
Without wishing to defend, the tone is somewhat dull. I'm sorry. Aha! But your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic. Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say.
Oh my! 5 guineas, you say? How interesting.
Why do I feel as though I've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London.
Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you describe. They appraise their items, I offer them a proportionate loan, and 2 months of secure stowage. If, in fact, they repay the original sum to me, plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned.
All right, CB, you have a good night. Thanks for stopping by.
But what happens if they don't pay you the money?
I take all their belongings and keep them homeless. That's what I do. Ah, but the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on their shelves behind me.
So you never sell items before the 2 months has passed, then?
That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders. Should the customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all.
The very idea, Mr. Windybank, is an absurdity.
One should never talk of one's demise so casually. Or throw a gun around for that matter.
Says the man who was just telling us, oh, it was a good day to die this morning.
And let us not forget that I have already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs.
Oh, what sort of measures?
I engineered a simple device which Mr. Windybank has installed here in his shop. I call it the Red-Handed Recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Windybank?
Wait, was that a deep sigh about? What was that about? The red-handed recorder. You mean like an alarm that goes off when someone breaks in? Like we have nowadays? What on earth is a red-handed recorder?
Ha! Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are 2 just below the ceiling.
Ah.
I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device.
Very astute. It is indeed a camera, furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop. Here, I have an example I can show you. Yes, a print from the camera set to record the activity at the shop counter.
Oh god, is that 4 a.m.? Shit. Okay. I can't zoom in. Damn it.
I developed a special type of film so sensitive it produces a crystal clear image even in the darkness.
Really? That's extraordinary.
Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it. Look!
And the creepy doll that's sitting on the desk as well.
So you see, were someone to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed.
But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals?
Indeed, as you say, my dear madame.
Then what if the incident were to occur in between times?
Ha, one could only say. That would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess your devices have been giving me some cause for distress of late. I beg your pardon, Mr. Windybank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word you're looking for. It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one but 2 cameras in my shop after all. Which means I must pay for nigh on 100 utterly and useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older than I am now. Did I make a mistake? I don't think I did. Nevertheless, a small price to pay ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery, no? Pay more to make sure my items are safe. That's what I get out of Sholmes right now. My dear fellows, we verge on an age where safety and security come at a price. Oh, heaven help us. Literally, Sherlock, get good, mate. Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Oh, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Windybank. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you tried to pop, Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer. I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Especially you. Fear not. Sorry. I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed. Okay. That's not what I really meant, but okay. Man, playing Russian roulette with that guy must be horrible. Good day to you then, Mr. Windybank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes. So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore it last. I would like to examine everything in this room because it's so intricate and cool. There seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there. That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Windybank keeps articles that are currently in pawn. Ah, I see. There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any less erroneous activity. Recommend it or not, it's not something I tend to do. There is but one key, and Mr. Windybank keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it in a small pot, which he slides under his pillow. How on earth do you know about that, Mr. Sholmes? I am a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I am frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain. Geez, I wonder what that could mean. Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder. And the prime suspect of this pawnbrokery has ever burglared. Telling me about that, yeah. Do you guys see the crocodile up there? You wanna look at that? Look at that big boy. Look at that big crocodile up there. Just chilling out. Does him some good. Does him some good. Wow, the gun is still there. Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Windybank is, if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts. I mean, he'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than the ledger. This revolver here. A gun is what you're looking at! Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article therein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Windybank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belies the portly size.
Oh, you don't mean he'd...
Yes, he'd shoot you. Blow his brains out, indeed. In recompense for his blunder. That makes more sense then, I guess. Jesus Christ, this guy.
Oh my. But in any case, of course you would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it?
Listen, I'm just curious about all this shit that he's got over here, so don't mind me.
Look at this! What could this lovely big shiny box be? Huh. That, my dear madame, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country? Oh my, yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before.
Tip of the hat.
Shall we listen a while? Ah, what a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels.
I've never heard anything like it before in my life. And I haven't listened to a lot of music at all either.
This particular specimen is of the larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played. My goodness, what a simply delightful machine!
Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course.
Science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace.
That was very pretty, though, not gonna lie. Very, very pretty.
What an assortment of things there are on these shelves here. Crockery, footwear, clocks and watches, almost anything you care to imagine.
Those are forfeited items, offered for sale by the pawnbroker. Okay, what does that really mean, though? Huh?
When you pawn or colloquially pop an item, the broker loans your money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he's free to display it in his shop for sale at a price of his choosing.
Oh yeah, now that you explained it, I'm noticing little price tags on everything.
Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping.
What you're doing?
So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear Fenno.
My tragic university uniform, never! It embodies my student spirit and the spirit of my dead friend. But that's, more so the katana than anything else. Alright, is there anything else I can look at here? Besides talk to some old Windybank over there. Out here. Oh, look at the succulents. What's that?
Look at this! Whatever could this be? And what is it used for?
I have no idea.
There's a small catch just here. Look!
We're going to open it, aren't we?
Of course we are, Ryunosuke. Oh my, that's amazing! It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism.
Excuse me. Which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? Well, what, us? Nothing! No, you said nothing at all. We're not, toying around with a bunch of stuff here or anything. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. Are those, makeshift binoculars?
Now, what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? It seems to have two little windows for looking through. Oh! Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope. A Fascinating. It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself. Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look. Just before you do, there is something I should point out. My dear fellows, in order to see the image properly, stereoscopically as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of a little consequence today. Ah, cross-eyed, interesting. Alright then, I'm going to try it. If only we could see Susato trying to cross her eyes, though. That'd be pretty funny. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see! At once! Oh, okay, alright then. Okay, so I need to be cross-eyed. Like I'm trying to look at my own nose. It's a girl! What the? I don't believe it! It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it. Yes, the sense of death is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them. Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic?
Oh, she calls it black magic. She's got a lot more that she's gonna have to learn here.
It is no magic, my dear madame. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day. Oh.
Y'all were up in a flurry about nothing, I see. April 15th. That's not a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th of April. Today's date. Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern-style pay-to-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date.
The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Windybank.
Wow, and who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before?
This boy is just dishing out so much shit on Mr. Windybank. Dear God.
Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say.
Oh, yes. I can see you're very dedicated to your job.
Oh, what? Only tuppence for it? That ain't fair, and you know it. The article's barely worth a penny, miss. I can't offer more. Hello? Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter. Come on, that can't be right. I've had you add a proper butcher's at it. I've seen all I need to see, young girl. It's her! It's my girl! Wait, don't we know? I'm sure I recognize her.
Oh, yes! It's the young lady from Mr. McGilden's trial 2 months ago.
She's up and still alive! Oh my gosh, it's my girl! It's my girl! Gina Lestrade! I'm so happy to see her! Oh, her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chanter, and a crust among larger crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. I And she took our gun and made a smoke bomb. Yep, I love her. I am so happy to see you back, Gina. Oh, that's my girl. Golden Bennett, you lot. There is no need for that. We are not going to shoot you or shoot at you.
Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well.
What? You remember me, do you? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you doing in here? Down and out, like the rest of us? Nothing to eat? Come to pop that black weasel, sorry goats, have we? Have ya? What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day! Unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher and never once gave it back. Ah, Mr. Soames! So, you have something of value to pawn, do you?
Allow me to see the article, and I shall negotiate with Mr. Windybank on your behalf.
Pull the other one! I don't need no help from some stuck-up D! Get out of my business! Go on, or I'll make trouble for you!
As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence.
By fading out of existence is what he will do. He's really done it. He's gone. I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here. What is that thing she has in his hand? What is that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc? And you! Go on! Leave me alone!
Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest.
Don't be so pouty, Miss Tsundere Pickpocket. You're not gonna fight that Susato look. Susato-san can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Well then, nice to see Gina Lestrade around, but unfortunately guys, I think that's where we're going to wrap up for the night. Before I send you guys away though, I want to check and see. We're gonna go and we're gonna do a raid. We're gonna go raid one of my friends. Let's see. Her name is The Purpa. She is a wonderful, wonderful artist. And right now she's playing some Stardew Valley. So, let's go over and let's give my good dear friend Purpa some of our love. So, thank you one and all for joining along on the stream, for the lurkers who were there, for everybody who's chatted, and for everybody who has supported the stream in any way, shape, or form. I did update in the Discord the schedule for the rest of the week, but just so everybody knows, there won't be any stream tomorrow because I'm going to be going to see the Sonic movie. I'm very excited for that. But on Saturday, we will be going back to Pokemon Legends Arceus and continuing through that story. So until I see you guys next time, have a great rest of your week. Have a good weekend coming up. Stay safe out there, and please still mask up, guys. Now, as a last sort of bit, let's go give Purpa some of our love, okay? I'll see you over there. Tell them all Danny sent you, and that we're here to bring blessings upon the Purpa, okay? Bye, guys!